Hello everybody, how you all doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, that kind of threw me. I just want to say up front, I'm actually kind of tired. I almost decided to go sleep instead of stream, but we only have 16 days left, and I want to, try and get my follower count up to 75 in that 16 days. I don't know if I'm going to be successful, and honestly, it feels like I'm starting to have senioritis. It's very hard to focus on what I want to stream or even choose something I want to stream. And so instead, I just do stuff I feel like I want to do. Which is actually the case for today, where we are actually getting finally back to programming the World of Warcraft importer for Unreal Engine. I have just finished updating it to, well, I won't say I finished updating it. I have finished getting it to compile to Unreal Engine 5.3. So, without further ado, let's at least get that up, because I just realized I forgot to do a commit, make sure I have all the 5.3 changes solved. Because the last thing I want to do is have to go back and try to fix these after I've done a bunch of other programming. So, let me just do this real quick. Alright, I want to add those. Yes. Alright, so there's definitely some stuff that we need to do here. I have basically 3 goals for today. I think we might get through one of them, maybe 1.5. So, alright. .3 update. Okay, and just some basic updates. Yep. All right, and all right, that should do it. Just do commit on that. There we go. Okay, now we are up to date. We are good to go. So the 3 things I kind of wanted to tackle today. Obviously, we're going to be going through and trying to, find any issues with 5.3 and, solve those versus what we have previously written. But the things I really want to focus on is, first of all, I want to see if we can save the WoW bone structure into an Unreal Engine skeleton. That's goal number 1. Goal number 2 is I want to start building a little import window script, like a little something you can, for example, actually over here, like a little tab you can open, and it has a whole bunch of buttons you can press to like instantly import things like the whole worlds and stuff, and it will just automatically do everything for you, import the assets, help you set up the version data. It's just instant world generation tool, basically. That's going to be a lot of work, but I think it would benefit people a lot. That way there's not a whole lot of manual importing. For example, I have manually imported the Azeroth WTT file and 9 of the ADT files. This is like an absolute minimum that you need to manually do, and then I gotta set the WDT files and all sorts of stuff, in the assets. I'd like to figure out how to get it so I can actually like take this WT file from here and drag and drop it into here. I know it's possible. I just don't know how. It'd be nice if it just, in doing this, it converts it to the ADT actor with this attached to it. Might have to refactor that a lot, but, that would be something nice to do. But that's not one of the 3 things I'm talking about for tonight. The third thing is I want to take another crack at doing the ADTs as landscapes. I know that we ran into quite a few issues previously. I want to see if we can actually stay within the bounds. I want to see if I can get the WDT to read all of the adjacent ADTs to automatically detect its height when you're importing it. So it's not that it opens it and imports all the ADT files. No. It just opens them, scans their height for minimum and maximum values, and then closes that landscape. And then it moves on to the next one, and it slowly adds in those values here. I think we actually have. There's the ADT list. But yeah, one thing I'm going to mention here. Let me actually pop over here so you guys can see what's going on. I have this ADT list. This is a list of all the ADT files. ADT list contiguous. This is a list of arrays of all of the touching ones. So if we were to, for example, let me actually import something. I think it's called expansion 1. Yeah, expansion 01. If we were to grab expansion 01, so I'll come back here to maps, make a new folder, expansion 01, and drag the WDT file here in. Yes, let's import it. Also, something else to fix is import all doesn't seem to be working, at least with the ADTs. All right, so here we are in expansion 1, and I'm going to save that. But you can see right here, we've got 3 lists. That's because this landscape is actually broken up into 3 different sections. The first one is Outland. So this is, all the places that make up the land that would become Draenor. Actually, no, I think number 1 is Draenor. That's 500. Yeah, that's definitely right. But 1 and 0 and 2 are what's it? It's the Blood Elf lands and the Draenei lands. So, where the Exodar is and where Silvermoon Forest. Yeah, I can think of Silvermoon Forest. I just can't think of I can't remember it. Something Isles, I think. At any rate, those are 3 separate chunks. So, for our height listing, we would actually have 3 separate listings, one for each of these, because these are all going to have different minimum and maximum heights. And so that's something I wanted to figure out. But today we're going to kind of focus a little bit more on Azeroth. And just as a refresher for everybody, if you have not seen what happens right now, if you haven't seen everything up to now, that's fine. Here's where we're at. Because it's been so long, I kind of need a refresher too. What we have is we can import ADT files and WDT files from the Azeroth files. Specifically, I am aiming at Wrath of the Lich King, and then I can make adjustments from there. But Wrath of the Lich King was the best of the old file formats before they started doing crazy stuff with Cataclysm, and we'll get to that. That's definitely something we need to worry about, but that's later. And that particular format actually has persisted to what I understand today is modern WoW. So, but from here backwards is also fairly compatible. So having Cataclysm and Wrath being that split, that's kind of where we're going to start everything. At any rate, you export all your World of Warcraft files into a folder. Now you can go to World Maps. You can choose which map you want. We're going Azeroth because that's my preferred test map. Even though I just saw there is a level here labeled test, but I'm not sure what it is. Definitely doesn't have any landscape. All right, so we take the WDT, we import it. That creates the Azeroth WDT file. We will then take ADT files. I have taken 9 specific files, and I have imported those. These files contain all of the data that's in it that we can parse, plus then some. And look, we even have landscape minimum and maximum heights right here. That's nice. At any rate, now what I can do, and I will get into this scene. I gotta get these right. I can come here, type in WDT, and now I can grab a WT actor, put that in the world. We'll reset it to there. And now I set its source to Azeroth. And there we are. I can now press this place ADT files, ADT buttons. And what this will do is it'll go through and place actors at all the locations where there's an ADT file, or where it should be. If it detects an ADT file here, it'll actually place that in the link. So here, these are all the ADT files that make up this this one LAN. You can see, it's quite big. But if we come down here, and I think it's about here. Oh, so close. But, yeah, it's saving out of date. Great. So, yeah, that's 3157. So, what we want is a little bit more right here. So, as soon as this finishes auto-saving. You know what? We need music. There we are. I was planning on putting on the music earlier, it's just I got into this. Alright. Autosaving has been the bane of my existence for the last few weeks. Both here and professionally. Alright, what's worse is when you're in the middle of a deep calculation thing, and then it decides to hit the autosave. So before you even had a chance to react and try to do a save, it hits the autosave the instant it finishes your whatever you're doing. That's intense thinking. It's like, at the end of this, I half expect another autosave. Yeah, imagine, waiting for this bar to get all the way done, and then there's an autosave. And saving is actually one of the things I want to do. I kind of want to be able to cancel that. But there's no real way of canceling an autosave. I could stop the autosaves completely. It's not safe. but maybe it's a good idea. At least for right now. There we go. Alright, now hit the actual saves. Now, keep in mind, what I'm doing is I'm actually importing the assets from the game itself. So, these are the files that the game reads. It has its own container packaging. I mean, if I, come in here to, let's see, Game Backups, Wrath of the Lich King, they have these MPQ files. Now, we're not reading those. I'm not sure I'm going to set it up to read those. But after you've exported them, those files, you get all this. We go to World. We go to Maps. We're going to Azeroth. And this is the one I like. Shaping of the World. Definitely going to do a cinematic to this piece at some point. Once we get the plugin fully working. And we can actually do fun stuff. Playing a lot of Ascension lately has really gotten me jazzed to come in and do my upgrades that I've been so desperately wanting to do. But I got to get a lot of this work done first. So, I mean, getting skeletal meshes working, that's going to be a big thing. So we basically have, I basically have two concepts for how to work with skeletal meshes. We could start very simple and do the single point, and we're going to have to do all this anyways. It's just a matter of what do we start with first. We could start with single bone meshes that usually just have a couple of polygons attached to a single bone, and then that bone is always facing towards the camera. It's effectively no different than a billboard in Unreal Engine speak. It's a little loud. Oh, there we are. Perfect. And you can see right here, this one actually has an ADT source, which is this file right here. So what we can do is we can actually hit Create Terrain, because it's actually got all this data in here. Let me make sure that it's... I think I have this all set correctly. So we're going to make this as a... Ooh, yes, please. We're actually going to set this up to work as... as intended, I guess. But I'm just hitting Create Terrain, and what this is going to do is it's going to go through the file. It's going to set up, generate the mesh as best it can. And there we are. This is our Azerothian landscape. Not very editable, but it is accurate. Screen accurate, one could say. I would love to be able to convert this with a landscape, but I haven't been able to get that to have the correct height. And it's actually making me think that, should I even bother with landscape now that in 5.3 landscapes can be nanited? I mean, in truth, you could actually, if you really wanted to do things, you could come in here to modeling, and you can, we could, let's see, deform stuff. But yeah, we could do all sorts of stuff, voxel wraps and, creates and, all sorts of stuff. So I don't know if I want to do landscapes anymore, especially with nanite landscapes, and this is actually pretty good. I do want to build up the super single dynamic material setup, which is going to be a really complex setup to do, but it should really reduce the draw calls on this, because right now there are 256 materials on this in order to make it look this good, not counting the water. So that's 257 draw calls just for this one landscape, and there are what, 600 of these? But I think we are actually. Let's check the nanite. We'll check the overview. No? Alright, let's hit save. Look at all these files it had to do. Lots of materials, lots of textures. I just want to be able to save these as like a handful of textures and one material. Take this whole landscape down to 2 draw calls. Which is better performance than you'll get it from, World of Warcraft itself. The big problem here right now, though, is for each of these 16 by 16 blocks, you can have a different landscape ID, and that helps determine where you are. And where you are can affect things like what the sky looks like, and how foggy things are, the lighting, the ambient lighting. So I'd like to actually put like a volume, like even better, a combined volume. It's like, can I find a way of making like, setting up boxes and merge them into a single volume? All right, these are things I'm trying to think of. All right, so we have this. That's fantastic. We're gonna, kind of move on from here. But as you can probably notice, doesn't quite look as good as it should. And that's probably because there's no buildings and there's no, trees and stuff, which are listed actually as doodads. So first thing we can do is we can come down here, we hit place WMOs. And what this is going to do is it's going to find and load all of the WMO files that are in here. And it will place these assets right here. So what I can do now is for like this one file, it actually has a listing for doodads and then, and stuff. So let's import the doodad. Actually, let's do a save. Look, these are all the models and textures it just imported for these, WMO models. Now, the good news is there's only like 3. There's the farm, there's the blacksmith, and then there's the inn. And for this, that's not bad. Alright, so we're going to import the doodads for the blacksmith. And these are all of the little models that will go inside of it. We're also going to do the same for the farm. And this goes through all of the models that are attached to this thing. So there, we now have all of those. And keep in mind, not only has these imported the models, it's also imported the textures. And the textures are being read directly from the assets. So, World of Warcraft stores files in what's called a BLP format. And I wrote a converter that will read that and transform it into effectively a target file that Unreal Engine can import. So that's nice. All right, final one. We got to import the doodads for this, for the inn. There we are. Let's save all that. And the nice part is I wrote this in such a way that it will actually skip doodads that have already been imported. I probably need to, refactor it a bit so when it lists, importing doodads, it takes into account ones that have already been imported. So it doesn't say I've got 192 to import. It says I've got 72, because we already imported the other 100 and 30. Okay, so now what I can do is I can come here to WMO and hit Generate Blueprint. And this will create a blueprint file that not only houses the mesh for the land, but also set up all the doodads accordingly. And lights. And, the nice part is, because I am nesting it inside a blueprint, it means that this mesh, whenever I call it, somewhere else, let's say that, okay, I crashed. I'm not entirely surprised by that, honestly. Oh, it just like straight up crashed. It didn't even give me an error. So, yay. Wait, I did. Okay, yeah, I did the right one. Actually, I want to move this whole thing off to the side, and I'm going to set my default to 3. There we go. Okay, so as I was trying to say, if we use that same blueprint somewhere else, so like let's say that for some reason the the for some reason the blueprint is used in, you know, say Azura. Uh, any changes that we make to that blueprint will be replicated over there. So if, you know, we come in and, you know, do a whole bunch of stuff, it should work just fine. All right, let's back up. Let's, you know, load things. Gotta load the actors. But this is going to be very useful, especially for areas such as in Stormwind. You know, Stormwind uses these, you know, basic planters everywhere and then puts a random tree in it. What happens when I want to come in and upgrade that planter? I mean, I could try to upgrade the mesh, but what if I want to keep it so we can swap back and forth as needed? The easiest thing to do in that particular instance is have a blueprint set up. And that's what this does. This sets up a blueprint that we can... okay, so looks like I need to regenerate the blueprints. Let's try that again. And if this crashes again, it means that there's definitely something wrong. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong. Okay. Well, fortunately, we haven't really done anything. So, I'm actually, for right now, going to... I don't want to have to debug this right now. I want to actually get work done on the plugin. This is definitely something where something went wrong. That sucks. I don't want to deal with it right now. So, I'm just going to load up the 5.1 version, and we'll kind of work from there. Which actually means I need to... close that solution because I have the 5.3 version open. Oh, I should probably transfer some of those fixes over. Gotta generate the project, and yeah, what's going on? Oh, okay, it's already trying to build it. Alright, looks like it already built it, and now it's loading up. But I'm loading up the project in the background. Alright, let's try generating it again. But yeah, if I want to get that planter mesh updated, I can import a brand new mesh, replace it in the blueprint, and suddenly all the instances of that planter get updated. That's why we're doing the blueprints. But yeah, the one thing that's really kind of I'm wanting to dig into is upgrading the Silver Moon Golden Night Elf, not Night Elf, Blood Elf statue. It's definitely, it's actually a High Elf. Because, you can see there's a very clear difference, between a High Elf and a Blood Elf, in that most of the time, Blood Elves are very slender and, Paris Hilton style, esque in their features, whereas a High Elf looks like a Night Elf, but with, ears that go up rather than back and out. Plus, they, resemble more Blood Elves in that regard. But, there's a definite facial difference where, a High Elf has a little bit more of the bone structure of a Night Elf. So. Alright, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, the plugin is running. Well, at least it's opening. I'm trying to build the assets. What's going on here? Some platforms were skipped. Yes, okay, that's fine. Discovery module with target and source. Ah, okay. Finding intelligence data now. Alright. If you're wondering about my backdrop, I've been using it for years now, because I was like, oh, this will be nice for during the pandemic. The pandemic doesn't end. So. Why don't you just switch it? Because I want a reminder to myself. That the world is run by idiots. Which also doesn't help that COVID's coming back. Yay. We took it too lightly for too long, and now it's just perpetually here. It's just now that there's new variants, and things are not looking too good with it. Oh boy. Jeez, this is taking forever. Both aspects of this are taking forever. Why is it taking so long? Task manager. You're meant to stop the programs, not join them. Okay, so that's not too bad for right now. What about you? Oh, you're fine too. Probably a whole bunch of stuff going on here. Everything's just finishing up. Alright. So here we are. First thing we're going to do is we're going to drop the basic sky I created into here. Let's add the WDT actor. And we'll reset that. And now I need to actually import the files. So let's see. Oh, no. Before we do that, come in here. open up our version, which is how we can tell where all the files are. And here, let me jump in here so you can watch. So yeah, this is our version file. It lets us determine where the where I exported all the assets to, what version of the game it is, which eventually will help us determine, what version the files are. And it lets us hold all our automatic, all our various setups. I definitely want to use nanite with complex as simple. We definitely want to do blueprints rather than mesh instances. Chunked material setup, yes. Landscapes, yeah, we're going to have to, of course, change all that probably at some point. Alright, new file for... Yeah, there we are. World. Hello, Ender's City. Maps. Azeroth. And it's very important that you keep the same path names. Yeah. So I gotta find out what's causing that and fix that. All right, save all this. Now we're just getting back to where we were a moment ago. Yeah, if I could just take this and drag any of these just out here and it creates the actor for me with the asset attached, that would be wonderful. I don't know how to set a source asset. I have source data files here, and I need to, when I drag it in here, convert it into a placeable actor. Because these are objects, not actors. Yeah, the whole reason I wanted to do landscapes was that it will let me do a whole bunch of, editability to it. But now I'm thinking, how about just not? I don't have to worry about remixing it, trying to get the edges to match, which was the big issue. If I took two of these that have matching polygons, so when you do the polygons, they match perfectly, but when you do the landscapes, they go wibbly wobbly, and not in a timey wimey fashion. Okay, so now I select the WDT, I assign it there, I place the ADTs. And that should assign us right here to an ADT right in front of us. Yep, right there. We'll create the terrain. Don't know why, building the blueprint crashed in 5.3. I didn't make any changes that would be, that would cause an issue with that, but maybe there is. I'll dig into that off stream. That's not something I want to cover right now. I just want to kind of move on with things. Speaking of which, let's open this up. I made some changes to the... okay, and now we have a crash here. What's going on? At least this opens up the crash window. Alright, was it anything I did? Save procedural mesh to static mesh. Line 1086. Alright. Let's see what we can find. Object not package. Static mesh water. Probably because I hadn't saved things yet. Well, if that's all it is, that's an easy fix. I just, you know, build then save. Alright. Alright, what? No. I'm fine without that. Alright. Partition. And dismiss all that. Ooh, overloading encoding issue. Ah, come on. Oh, are we having an issue with that now? My computer is freezing. What's causing the issue? 5-1, it's Unreal Engine. I'm out of memory. Must be in the memory hub. I don't know. Usually, you know, it has something that's, you know, gigabytes in, you know, size for memory, but there's a fair amount of items that are using the memory, but none of which are over a gig. And I've got, you know, 32. So Unreal Engine isn't even listed here. What the hell? I mean, that would make sense. If it's just for some reason Unreal Engine is not even listed. That's messed up. I do not need you. Why are you... Oh, I keep trying to uninstall this, and it doesn't want to uninstall. It's like, but you need me, bitch. I don't need worms. Yeah, it won't even let me close that. Great. Yeah, I can't access anything. I can look, but that's about it. Yeah. My system is refusing to work. So let's do some closes. I just want to work and have fun. I don't want my system to freeze. Stopping even playing music. And this is why I offloaded stuff over to a different computer for the actual streaming part. Because I didn't want something like this to happen and you guys couldn't see me at all. On the other hand, there's a good chance that running OBS and a whole bunch of other stuff is probably what's causing a lot of this problems. Alright, well the music's back. There's at least that. For the moment. Alright. Thanks for stopping by. Ah, finally something crashed. Well, at least my memory's climbing again. Yeah, okay, there it is. What, bitch? Why are you 32-bit? Yeah, I can't get this Unreal Engine to respond at all. Oof. And my stream does not look like it's going well. Yikes. Okay, maybe under details I can see Unreal Engine. Things are slowly coming back. Oh wow, details is empty. Did Task Manager kick the bucket? Let's try reloading it. I am so looking forward to having this actually work 100% of the time. And, you know, maybe actually, you know, do something useful. But, you know, actually get me into a point where I can do machinima. And because that's the end goal for all of this. Alright, let's try forcing this to... that is not updating. Alright, I'm gonna stop that. Alright, I guess I'm gonna have to... Okay, yeah, now I can actually see that. And that. Whoops, OBS has crashed. No wonder it wasn't updating. Alright, so we got that. And there we are. All right, we're back there. Yeah, all right. So, let's see. Okay, I was in the middle of trying to do something. Yeah, there we are. Let's copy that over to that. Yes, overwrite all. Ooh, just straight up crash, huh? That's fine. I need to recompile anyways. Alright, so, generate studio project files. What are you doing? Generating the student project files. Or the studio project files. At this point, I'm kind of thinking, well, yeah, we did some fixes. Maybe we go back and try to get the 5.3 running. Figure out what's going on with the blueprints. All right. .3 saved logs. All right. So what does the log say? First of all, let's make sure that I don't have anything sensitive up. Nah, it's mostly just plugin, material or plugin work. All right. So, what is this saying? I got all these logins. And this is shutting down and abandoning modules. So, is that not the latest one? This should be. Yeah, look, this is definitely compile world grid. Automation error. Oh yeah, I was working on automation tests. Oh, this definitely looks like it's it. Okay, building all that. Generating blueprint. Compacting hashes to... Okay. So, what's the issue? Why are we... You guys can read that? I mean, I'm in the way, but here, I'll jump down here. Or maybe I'll be up here. Yeah, I think up here is better. But yeah, can you guys read that? All right, hopefully you can read that. All right, so let's figure out what's going on here. So according to the log file... Whoa. What the... Oh. The engine just started up. No wonder. Alright. Alright. So... WMO asset... Generating blueprint. So WMO ascent. So we're hitting this. Log. All right. Base package name equals %s. Yep. That's right. I'm having Python on the brain right now, so trying to get back into C++ work is a little... Okay, so we've got the package name. If not blueprint, log blueprint file was not found. Blueprint file was not found. Attempting to create one. Error, unable to create blueprint. And we're not getting that. That's the good news. All right. Generating meshes. All right, and this is the group file data. Placing meshes into blueprint. Placing lights into blueprints. Creating set names. One, two. Set name %s. Set name %i. There we are. So now we'll do I. So now we'll have a list of the set names in their proper order. And let's come down here. 1, 2. Finishing setup. And, if we need to, we can, come in here and, cause mayhem. All right. That should give us at least an idea of what's going on here. So I'm gonna... I need to close this. Failed because, unable to code while... Unable to build while live code is active. Exit the editor. That's what I'm trying to do. All right. And exit the actual editor itself. All right. Build. Hearing noises coming from the next room, like scratches on the walls. It's not that, you know. It's more likely my brother just running his hand up across the wall as he watches something on his tablet, probably, or his phone. I don't know. Could be either. So, I don't know if we're getting to what I want to work on tonight, because we can't seem to get the game to work correctly in order for me to showcase what we've been up to. This is quite disturbing. Alright, let's close that window. We're not going to deal with 5.1 anymore. Be nice if we could, but we're not going to. Alright. There we go. Now it succeeded in building. So now we can reopen the project. Oof. Would it be out of order for me to take a nap? I want to work on this. I do. But at the same time, I'm feeling a little sleepy and a little tired and a little partially zoned out. But I feel like I haven't really been able to play much lately with you guys. Mostly because, well, everything. I've just been really tired lately. I'm wondering if I'm sick. But I don't have many of the same issues that I normally have when I'm sick. Don't know what's going on. It's weird. Hey, Turbo, how you doing? Sounds fun. Yeah, I'm trying to get this thing to build and open and not crash when I build, when I do stuff in it. We must import World of Warcraft. Yeah, UE5. I'm building a World of Warcraft importing plugin. I just finished updating most of the code to 5.3, but we're getting a crash when we try to build a blueprint. So, trying to figure out what's going on with that. Yeah. Yeah, this is it. I mean, actually, I've been working on this project for, I don't know, 10 years now. Just in various different forms. The first iteration of it was a plugin for Lightwave 3D, which was me upset that the WoW model viewer didn't support what I wanted to do. I got a lot of work kind of done with the ADTs with that. I actually haven't played it. I haven't had any money to play it, to buy it, so haven't been able to play it. But I've been hearing a lot of stuff about it. Not all of it good, and you know, people who play Star Citizen are pretty much saying, "Yeah, the competition's nowhere near Star Citizen." So, apparently Star Citizen players have gotten very spoiled with not having loading screens when going from planet to planet. No, it's not. And yet so many people are like, oh, it's going to be a Star Citizen killer. And I'm like, bitch, there are loading screens. No, it's not. You can't go to any point on the planet. You have to go to specific landing zones, and then you can kind of go almost anywhere. But yeah, and apparently they, Bethesda finally caved, and the first patch is going to have DLLS. Yeah, they say that, but it's not like in Star Citizen you can land anywhere. There we are. All right. Why does it pop up over on that screen? All right, here we are. So let's load the region. Also, apparently, all their landscapes are dynamically generated, which, by itself is an amazing technology. But you can't really go to the same place twice, even if you pick literally the same spot. Yeah. Alright, here we are. We're at our landscape. Let's make sure that we have this selected. I'm going to move that to the third one. Alright. Exactly. Alright. So, we've imported our doodads, and even if we... Have we actually imported doodads? Yes, we have. Okay, good. And let's see. Let's generate the blueprint. And this will crash, but we know this will crash. The question is, what's going to hit the log before it crashes? Oh, in Lightwave they have this. What's the best way to put it? It has a object that you can create that will basically pretend. It'll act as a function of logic. Here, let me go to the blueprint. Here we are. This is the source data for the WMO, for the Goldshire blacksmiths. If I create a blueprint, and I'm just going to do just a basic blueprint here, and just call it blah. So here's my blah blueprint. In here, I can open this up, and I can do a lot of stuff, including a lot of code and stuff. But and it's opening up on another screen, of course. But in this, I can set up meshes. I can do a whole bunch of stuff to just kind of arrange things and get models where I want. Imagine being able to take an object here. Actually, here, it just finished loading. Imagine I have a 3D space. Do I have any meshes in here? Alright, I can kind of build this up however I want. I'm going to take a static mesh, drop that in here. Let's see if I even have any static meshes. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, I got this cube. But, so let's say I have this mesh. It's a cube in this particular case. I can, let's say I want to have, like, a prearranged collection of, like, 3 cubes. So I can, just bring that in here, put that in there, and then move this one in here. And then, if I need to, I can actually come over here and I can write some visual scripts to do all sorts of stuff. Like, I could have I'm going to create a variable here. And say, hide middle cube. And it'll be a simple boolean. Let me expose that. So what we're going to do is we'll grab our a reference to our static mesh. I'm going to grab a reference to our thing, and then set visibility. Hook that up. New visibility. There we go. Compile, save, And now, if I take this... let me actually set the default to that for... Oh, no, wait, it needs to be inverted. That's right. I'm sorry. This needs to be not. So, visibility be the opposite of whatever this is. So now I have this little piece of logic attached to this. And I can just take this and I can drag out as many copies of this as I want, put it wherever I want. But I have this hide middle cube variable, and I can set that up on certain ones. You know, I can even come in here and, you know, do all sorts of things like rotations. And this is just a very basic setup for this. But yeah, that's kind of the start of what you can do with blueprints. You can go total ham on this. You can have a blueprint that will manage your entire map. So, no, it's a way of building an actor, for lack of a better phrase. And actors can have static meshes, they can have splines, they can have all sorts of stuffs. Hey, old lady, it's going okay. I'm a little tired, but still good. But yeah, having this single thing of logic in here, you know, I can now use these however I want. And you know, the more complex you write your visual scripts, the more complex of the thing it is. I mean, yeah, it's going well. My big problem right now is, you know, I'm trying to... I think it's over there? No, it's over there. I'm trying to get to my 75 viewers so I can keep streaming, but I gotta reach there by 11 p.m. Pacific time on October 1st. I've got about 16 days, so don't know if I'm gonna make it. I mean, it took all this time just to get to the, you know, 41 you see now, and honestly, the last 4 have been given to me by bots promising me even more followers if I pay them. The deadline is for me. I'm getting to a point where streaming needs to pay out, I guess is probably the best way to put it. I need some feedback. I need, you know, people talking to me. I need people, you know, doing all sorts of things. Or this is just getting to the point where it is too complex, it is too time-consuming, and I've got other shit to do. So if I can't get some sort of return on my investment of time and effort, then I just am going to stop. I want to keep going. I like, you know, streaming. It's just I'm at the point where I need to stop or, you know, get something that makes it worthwhile to me. And if I can get to subs and get like 1 or 2 subs, that would be worthwhile to me to keep going. And that's what the deadline is. If I can get to 75 by the 1st, then, you know, I'll give it like another extra week just so we can get all the, so we can actually activate subs. And then, you know, hopefully within that week I can get 1 or 2 subs, and that will give me enough motivation. Okay, I can keep going. Otherwise, I'm just going to stop. And honestly, I'm starting to develop senioritis a little bit for like, do I really want to do all this work if I'm just going to stop in like 16 days? But, you know, I can't have that mindset right now. It's, you know, one of those things where I have to assume I'm going to keep going. Yeah, it's going to be one of those things where if I do stop, I'm going to stop for a while. Maybe a year, maybe 2. But I do plan on, I will come back. It may take a while. I have to get some personal shit in order before I can, you know, really dedicate some time to coming back. I'm still going to try and do, you know, the occasional YouTube videos. But, you know, I've got like a ton of backlogs for my Star Citizen stuff. So, you know, I can, you know, be working on that. Oh yeah, you know, follow me on the YouTubes down below. The uncut channel's probably going to go dormant because that's, you know, the VODs for the stream. But the other channel, which is going to be the cut content, that might still pop stuff up every so often, but it's going to be even less... You know, I've got really old videos on there, and I don't upload very often, so... it's definitely one of those, you know, at your own risk kind of things. But I am definitely wanting to keep in touch with everybody. But you know, I'm not going to close this account. This account will still be open. If when they open up the APIs, I might come back for a short time because there's a shit ton I want to do with API work. Yeah. Now, I don't know how much of the API stuff I'm going to actually stream and how much of it's going to be just me messing it around. I might decide I want to go VTuber. I mean, yeah, what's the point? My face is out there. I don't care. But, you know, the VTuber stuff, that seems like fun. You know, I could definitely have some fun with that. I'd pretty much be doing the same shit, but I don't have to have very hot lights. I don't have to have all this other stuff that's, you know, taking up a ton of time and energy and space. But, you know, then I have to figure out, okay, what kind of VTuber do I want to show myself to be? Do I make a variation of myself? Do I go completely off the rails and do like some sort of anime character? Do I create an original character? You know, do I give myself a massive set of tits? I don't know. I know the massive set of tits will actually get me a whole lot of more people, even with my current voice. You know, do I pretend I'm a girl and make a brand new channel and just say, "Hey, follow her. She's awesome." And then I just come out and like, okay, we're going to have some fun today, but all you assholes, you need to donate if you want my time. I mean, I could do shit like that if I wanted. yeah, tits and a voice changer. But here's the thing. I would actually try to practice to actually get my voice to sound a little bit more female, a little bit more feminine. You know, it's a little bit of a practice section. But even just going there and then doing a bit of a voice change on top of that, you know, could be pretty awesome. You know, I've known some pretty deep-voiced women, so yeah, it's not bad. I've done a little bit of practice, but not a whole lot. But then again, I do consider myself a bit of a voice actor, so you know, being able to do, you know, feminine voices is not out of the realm. It's just, it doesn't quite sound like a girl. I definitely need to practice more, or you know, but you know, I don't know. That's one thought, but that would definitely be, I stop streaming and do something completely different. But even then, you know, is it worth my time? All right, so we are back here. We are going to try and build this blueprint. If I am correct, it's going to crash, and it will pop up in our log. All right, it's generating the static meshes. Now, last time I tried this, you know, just a few moments ago, this like crashed to desktop without any error messages. And that's why we went through and added a whole bunch of error messages. Honestly, I don't remember it getting to static mesh 1 of 2. But, you know, that is what it should be doing. It's, you know, yeah, right there. It just crashed straight to desktop. No errors, no nothing. So, let's check out the log. Why does it keep doing that? Stupid bullshit. Alright, so, according to the log, how far did we get? Alright, so, yeah, we built the actors, we deleted the actors, that's all fine. Alright. Force deleting, yeah. Okay. So, generating blueprint, base package name is the yes. Blueprint file not found, attempting to create. Generating meshes. Okay, did not get past generating meshes. So, WMO asset, there we are. So yeah, it should have generated the meshes and then gone on to placing meshes into blueprint. It didn't get past here, so let's go check out this. Oh, nope, that's not where I wanted to go. Go to declaration? No. Go to definition. There we are. So the good news is it's you know, not finding it's finding the data. Check for and import textures. All right. So we'll set this to log importing textures. Generating. You know what? I think I'm gonna actually put 2 in here. Generating materials. Default collision separate. Static mesh collision. Static mesh default collision equals default. Yeah, alright. Oh, if that. Okay. Then num tasks equals material. Alright, we're figuring out the number of tasks. So here we are actually doing this, so let's see. Getting mesh data %i of %i dot dot dot. Oh, that's dollar. Okay, so here we're going to just put I. I! And we need to have the total number right here. So this is going to let us, know that we're getting to, the start of all of them. And there's a whole bunch of shit in here. All right. Dun 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 dun. Oh, look at. Oh, yeah. We can undo that. So we'll have the mesh name and the base package name. That's both good. Yeah, let's do another set in there. If not, all right. Here we are. Mesh not found. Existing mesh not found, or re-import. Re-importing. All right. I don't think we have that yet. Using separate collision mesh. Or generating separate collision mesh. All right. So we have the procedural mesh. Generating procedural mesh number I. And that'll be J. Commas. Comma, chameleons. All right. Generating procedural mesh material. And mostly I'm, just dropping shit in here so we can do stuff. All right, if not material. All right, so assigning material to static mesh or static material list. Actually, technically, that should probably be down in here. Actually, this would be adding. Adding material to static material. Let's, building mesh material slot info. Building material slot info, probably just better. Alright. Creating mesh section. Assigning material to mesh section. And there we go. It will then loop. All right. Dynamic type's not allowed. No, you're not allowed. So the whole point of this is not to, you know, honestly, this is what the automated testing setup would fix. I do want to actually implement that at some point. I just don't know how. So. If you don't know how, then this is the best thing to do. It's just keep, you know, adding comments until you can't comment no more, or you find the issue. Like, you know, for instance, if we were to see building slot material but not adding this or creating mesh section, that means something in here broke. Or, you know, that line broke. Oh, I don't think that would break. But yeah, it would mean something would break if I could not see this or this, but got that. I honestly don't know which of these I want to break. Oh. What's the... Where am I using Mat ID? I am not using Mat ID. It should literally be right here. But I think... yeah, I'm not using Mat ID. I could probably get rid of that. Build real quick again. All right. I don't know. Would my same content be just as entertaining if I instead had a female avatar, my regular voice, and did the same shit? Also, how would I set up a VTuber setup like that? Would I need VR? Or could I get my camera to just do that? Because in which case, I could just move my camera over here to my main monitor so it's shooting on me, so it looks like I'm looking directly at you guys all the time. I do know that, Facial Rig actually does support shit like that, but honestly, if I was going to do something like that, I'd want to do it in Unreal Engine. I'd want to have like a nice little app I could just, start up and, it automatically takes over all my stuff. And, when the API shows up for Kick, we set it up to do, various, maybe point rewards and all sorts of stuff and, commands. Who knows what else. All right. There's a point reward command where you can, cause balloons to just drop from the ceiling. I'd have to build a set that my character's in. And that'd be for like when I'm talking to you guys, but then I'd also have one where, she's against the backdrop. If I had the money, I'd get like a full body, rig setup. Just do tracking and then have like a facial tracker camera. But it wouldn't be incredibly hard. I mean, hey, memory, not going too bad. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my plugin and why it's not working. And I have no idea why. It's just whenever I try to generate a blueprint for for this thing, it crashes. And I'm trying to figure out why it's crashing and how to fix it. All right, here we go. This is going to crash. Hopefully, all the error messages I just punched in will let us know why, because it crashes without anything happening. Yes, reload it. All right. All right, so getting mesh 1. Okay. It goes through mesh, static mesh 8. Yeah, I don't even know how many there are. I should probably add that. But, one of %I -1, because let's be honest, that's what it is. Otherwise, I'll look at this and going, wait a minute, why is it going, 0 of 1, 0 and 1? Yeah. Well, I really can't think of a better way of doing that right now. It says for some reason it's crashing, and I don't know why. Now, I'm thinking, more than likely, it's getting through this list. Yeah, it's probably getting through all this, so it's getting through all the materials. Oh, you know what? I did generating procedural mesh for material. One of, all right, there we go. All right, now build. Yeah, I think somewhere in here, we're not getting the. Yes, I know. I'd love to be able to do automated testing with this. It's just I don't know how to do that. I know it can be done. I know roughly how to do it. I just don't know how to implement it. I tried to get around that by having somebody else figure it out, but then they kind of sidestepped me and went off and did other shit. And I talked to my boss about it, and he was like, no, that's a great idea. We should be doing that. And so now he's off doing that. So I'm hoping he has a decent result coming in soon. Because then I can implement that here, after seeing how he does it. But, let's see. It's generating the procedural mesh material. Yeah, it's getting the slot. Oh, wait. It's not building the material slot info for number 8. But, it could also be that it's going from 0 to 8 when 8 is the final number. In which case, if this reports back 9, then that's fine. If this reports back 8, then that's not fine. What's going on here? Get changes? No. Although that is nice. That's not what I want. Yeah, if I could get the automated stuff going, then I don't have to worry about this, because then I can just, say, all right, well, here's my tests, and here's how it functions, and, let's build things so it functions and, does shit. Oh, I've got material data? Let me send that over to a separate function that I can, get the data return value for. It's like, can I get a return value from this somehow? Okay, I'm tired of having to do that. I'm going to just close this. That way, it will save its position right here. That'll be good. There. And that can be closed for right now. It's just, every time it crashes, it opens up again on that screen, and I want it to open up on this screen. So, memory leak. Do you think I should turn into a VTuber? And if so, should it be a woman with big tits? Or at least something bouncy in front? I'm just trying to think of what I could do so I don't have to have my hot lights on, but also, still do what I want to do. And that is one thought. There we go. Yay. All right. I don't have to actually look. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's something I would like to do, but it's not something I want to do, so to speak. I'm just noticing, most of what I want to do requires viewers. Okay, so now we're actually... Are we actually doing the reporting of negative? Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, it would be 8 out of 8. So... Well, I'm still using the Logitech C90 920. So if I turn off my main light, come on, pretty dark, huh? And that's not to mention I have a light over there and a light over here that I also can turn off. But unfortunately, I think this is better. Okay, so the good news is it is actually getting to the total numbers. So number 8, however, is causing a problem building the slot material info or generating the procedural mesh material. So right here is actually having a problem on number 8. So why? Well, let's open this up. This is going to be something. Fortunately, it looks like we already have some logs in here. Let's enable them. Texture name and material name. If not texture, then go texture 2. If not texture, then go texture. If not, then error. Unable to find texture. %I. So the material ID. Yep. Alright, well, we'll start with this and see if it leads us to a closer result. Well, it's also not just the camera and the lighting. It's also... I'm not feel like I'm getting a good return on my time investment with streaming right now. I mean, if I could get like 2 subs a month, I'd be happy. And that could get me going, at least for right now. But to do that, I need to have 75 followers. And I kind of have a deadline of October 1st. Because that's a Star Citizen Sunday. It would be a great stream to end with. 11 p.m. is the clock out time. If we make it to 75 at on the 1st, uh, I'm going to give us another week so I can get the subscription stuff implemented and hopefully activated, and we'll see how things go from there. If I can get the 2 subscriptions, I feel like I can keep going doing streaming. If it doesn't, then I'm just going to stop, at least for like a year or two, get some of my personal life in order, maybe reconfigure things, but just take some time off, basically. I don't know if I will return, but I think I will. It just might not be anytime soon. And I'll do an occasional stream. It'll be more of a surprise pop-up kind of thing. This channel's not going anywhere, so it won't be deleted unless, Kick decides to delete me. I'm going to try and finish up a bunch of my YouTube videos on the edited channel. The unedited channel will go dormant until I do another stream. Speaking of which, I need to edit some of my VODs, because I had a terrible night, one stream a few nights ago. Things ended poorly. I was like, okay, we're just going to end things here. 10 minutes later, I had an update that I had to attach to the end of the VOD, and I just haven't had a chance to edit that in. And that's why we're backlogged on VODs right now. Okay, what does it say? All right. So, generating procedural mesh. Okay, we got the path. That's great. Blend mode, the material, or the texture name, the material name. It's doing all this, which is outside our purview. Okay, so it doesn't even get to blend mode? Oh, does that mean there's a new... No, that doesn't make sense. There should be a blend mode. Material list... ID... Texture blend mode. Where's material list ID coming from? Alright, there's material lists. Check for and import textures from MomT. And we do a check for and import textures over in here, I believe. Actually, alright. WoW asset. Yeah, here. We're actually calling it. So yeah, we call that one and we read from file. So actually we've done all the reading. We're checking for and importing textures, which is grabbing all of that. We import. Okay. Okay, yeah, WoW asset. So we go through here. WMO material from MomT. We pass our texture list, our version, and our MomT data. Ooh, could... No, because we're going through the material, so this should still be valid. So, peak definition. Let's check this. Actually, let's just full screen this. Yeah, screw it. Shader blend mode. Hmm. Alright, let's copy this. I'll do a warning. Blend modes do not match. Percent I. Percent I. Alright, so now I need to send it blend mode versus data blend mode. So we're not going to crash anything, but we're just going to put this log here just so we can see that there's, you know, something wrong. Do I even have a default on this? It should be opaque, but you are not prepared. So if it doesn't match for some reason, it means that there's a blend mode being used that we don't have. And I don't know why it didn't work. Why did it work before but not now? It must be a change that 5.3 made. What the heck is this? Garbage, that's what it is. Alright, I think it's enough standing time. Ooh. And this is why I love having a sit-stand desk, is when I feel like I want to stand, I can stand. And it's surprising how much lately I've been doing a lot more standing. And, you know, it's definitely better for me in so many ways. All right. Oh, that's nice. It's actually telling me where all the active logs are. Is that what it's doing? All right, so blend mode. Yeah, there it's trying to, you know, output the blend mode, but it's not. All right. Generate blueprint. And in truth, it's actually generating the static meshes is the issue, but yeah, blueprint will do some things too. Ooh, pardon me. Okay, so nothing. Okay, so generating procedural mesh material. It's got the path. But yeah, it's not producing blend mode. So peak, T-array, blend mode equals opaque by default. Maybe 5.2 or 5.2 or 5.3 made a significant enough change. Let me take a quick look. All right. Actually, this would happen earlier when it's importing textures, wouldn't it? Yeah. Or generating materials. So let's come set names, generating meshes, generating blueprint. Here's the slow task. Okay, so yeah, there it's looking for and importing the textures. So that's perfectly fine. Then generate standard parent materials. So it does the collision material, it does our standard material, and it does our standard day-night material. Then it goes through, tries to figure out how many materials there are for each thing, so we know how many tasks to put in there. So when does it figure out the material list? Get mesh data? Generate mesh data. Except the material data is in groups, so it would actually be in here somewhere. Alright, group file data. Mesh data equals 0. Generate mesh data. Mesh data equals new mesh data. Group files. Group ID. Group vertices, normals, UVs. Materials and indices. Get material numbers. Contains group data, material ID. I add, a blank list. Then for the indices, yep, okay. And then add the mesh metadata. Mesh metadata. Okay, we have the material ID. So when do we generate the material list? This is how long it's been since I've done this shit. Generate material. Generate procedural mesh for material. Generating procedural mesh material. Procedural mesh material. Alright, so right here, go to definition. Goes material data. So we're passing that along. So we know the ID. So here's the material list. Alright, so here we're pushing our conversion. So check for and import textures. And this is when we load the file. Yeah, that's when we load the file. So in theory, this data should actually be inside the engine already. T-enum is byte. Alright, let's open this up and actually take a look at it. Alright, so here's our material list. There are 15. 2 group names, interior and exterior, that's fine. Texture list, there are 15. Material list, there are 15. Opaque, we're looking at number 8 out of 8. Says it's opaque. So why is it having a problem there? Okay. So material path. Okay, so the issue is somewhere in here, in between these two logs. So, all right. We'll do this. Texture selected. Selected. There we are. It's going to be %s. That's an object pointer. So actually we'll want that, because that'll just be easier. All right, so using texture 2, using texture 3, all right, assigning texture. All right, so it's going to assign the texture. Then, if the texture fails, we're going to see, oh, we're using the second texture. If the texture still fails, we're going to see it's using the third texture. If the texture still fails, we should be getting an error, and it should, it should just nope on out of there. At which point, we should see the texture name, which should, since we're doing a pointer, that should work, I think. All right. Let's just put something here. Texture assigned getting object name. Why is my key? There we go. That feels off. That still feels off. Yeah, screw it. Alright, this will get us at least closer to a solution. We are absolutely going to have to get the automated test system in here, because I think that would help solve these issues in the future. Again, I just don't know how to implement that. I've seen tutorials on how it works, and you should do this and this and this, but I need someone to actually do literally step by step. Go here, make this file, name it this. You want to name it this because of that. And I have not yet found that. All I've found is, well, just make the file, and then you can put this in here. I'm like, where's your fucking headers? Yeah, what do I need to do? What do I need to include? All right, it doesn't look like anything's changed on that, on the enum part. So I think that's probably okay. I think our issue is actually more of something in here. Like, I could see this being bad. Or, maybe for some stupid reason this. Alright. Let's find out. Why do you keep going back to news? I want you to be on library all the time. Especially if you minimize yourself and then try to come back. Ah. Silly Epic Games. Can I tell it to not minimize? Nope, I cannot. I can tell it to minimize the tray, but I can't tell it to, don't minimize. Alright, generate static meshes. Not even getting to here. We got this and then it fails. Let's put a warning here. Material ID is 255. Collision. Skipping. I mean, it could easily just be that. But if that's the case, why isn't it stopping here? Why is it continuing? Oh. If that is the case, and that is what's going on, oh, are we not? We should be. Alright, generating meshes. Alright. For material. If not material, then continue. If not material, or material equals null pointer. Skipping collision material. And we probably have to do something there. On the other hand, there's also this, which is, so if for any reason this material should fail, so base file name, material name. Okay. So I should do that, and then just continue on to the next grouping, which, if it's the last one, I mean, it's done, and then it should move on. Which would mean... building mesh description. Has our problem actually been somewhere else? Have we kind of deep dived into the materials thinking that was the issue, but it turns out it's working just fine, and our issue is actually somewhere down in here? Because I could believe that. I could totally believe that. I mean, the whole get body setup thing, you know, more than likely that's where our issue is, because I've actually been, you know, I've actually had a whole thing about that going up. So, collision trace flag. Alright. Unreal Mesh collision trace. Create nav, be customized collision, set, you know. No. Body. Yeah, we got body setup, which is what we want. Oh, maybe we need create body setup. Is that what the issue is? Yeah, maybe it's just that, and that will just work now. If so, I have spent about 2 hours trying to debug an issue that we don't have. Well, we'll find out if we get to build mesh description at the bottom of this list, if that's a new, you know, ultimate error. And maybe this will work, maybe it won't, I don't know. It could be it was hitting these, not having a body, and then was like, nope, I'm just going to nope on out of here. And so for some reason that crashed without an error. But it makes sense that it's the last material. The last material is usually the collision material. But we've got several warnings and alerts that should tell us that this is a collision material. We'll find out soon if it is. Hold on to your butts. Oh wow, we got 8 viewers right now? That is awesome. I hope everyone is following, and you know, tell your friends and followers to follow. Because if we can get to my maximum, I really want to keep going and, you know, streaming shit like this. Yeah, the big problem lately for me not doing a programming stream has mostly been, you know, either I'm not feeling motivated enough or I'm not focused enough to be able to stream. All right, let's load this up just to, because I got a sneaking suspicion that I fixed it just by adding that one little setup thing. So let's go for broke. We'll try building it from here. Give me your details and generate the blueprint. If I could run a prediction, I would ask, you know, if you guys thought, yep, it still crashed. All right, so let's reload the log. Oh, ha ha ha. Yep. So all of our material work was in vain. Warning, material ID is 255 collision. Is that, did I misspell collision? Collision. Yeah, I did. Alright, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be removing that. Yeah. Skipping collision material, buildings mesh description. Okay, so yeah. All of our amazing work is useless. Well, it's not useless, but, you know, it's something we can just avoid. We're going to keep that in there. So we're going to get to build mesh description. Peak in here. Disable. I can disable that, and I'm going to fix the spelling, because otherwise that will annoy me much, much later. I think I can safely remove... Actually, no. I want this as a warning. So I'm going to keep those. That... let's... no. Disable that. Any others? Found translucent, additive. I definitely want to keep all of that. We can uncomment these. Oh, that's what the blue is. Okay. Alright, that should all be good. Save that. Okay, so... building from mesh description. Yes, building mesh from description. I feel like we're getting too far down, but it is a a big collection. All right, setting up body for collisions. Can I log inside this? All right. Setting up separate. Setting up no collision. No collision. Which I think is what the yeah, default collision none. Yeah, setting up no collision. Setting up body. Setting up separate mesh for collisions. Setting up complex polys as collision. Final mesh edit changes. Change notifiers. Calling final mesh. Change, not change. Notify. Notifiers. There. If I spell it with my eyes closed, it's a lot better. Yeah, I'm 90% certain it's this body setup. All right. So setting collision values. And I can just copy, paste, and paste. All right. Static mesh materials. Do the static mesh. Do the static mesh. Mesh. Do the static mesh. Mesh. All right. We'll see now if it's actually this whole get body setup. In which case, I gotta find out where I can do the set collision. Yeah, where can I set the collision trace flag? In fact, I'm going to do that. Nope, no. Let's open up a new window, Firefox. All right. Working with sets. Oop. All right. Does it talk about the C++ stuff though? Alright, I want the C++ API for collision. Chaos collisions. Procedural mesh component. Am I running a procedural mesh? No, I need a static mesh. Skeletal mesh. Collision data? Sprite geometry? No, this is not what I want. But alright, project settings, components, physics. There we are. No. No, it's going through the documentation and not the API. Okay. Update UV channel data. Why is it talking about serialize, use static mesh? Let's try this. And make sure we're on 5.3. Good. Alright. B. Customize collision mesh. If the user has modified the collision in any way. No. Collision. Complex collision mesh. It's a pointer now. No, that's not what I want. What I want is a collision trace flag. That would be the easiest thing. Alright, it's finished. I'm like 99% certain this is the issue. Alright. Okay. Build for mesh description. Get body setup. Yeah, I did that and it crashed on me. Alright, where'd we get to? And it crashed on the first one? What the? What? What's going on up here? Day-night failed to compile materials. Default material be used in game. What? What the fuck happened there? Alright. Let's try building again. Sometimes that works, sometimes... No? Okay. Create. This does include static mesh. And engine includes... Engine does not include static mesh. So... Oop. That's weird. Could have sworn I had that in there. So is that the issue? If I compile now, it will work. I just have the wrong frickin' header in there. Yeah, waiting for it to load. I mean, component instant static mesh. You think, that might actually include, engine static mesh. It does not. Engine, unless it's in engine defines. Well, we'll just include static mesh. That will solve like 90% of the issues, I think, probably. Although, question. Do I actually have static mesh in here? No, I do not. Alright. Dun 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 dun. Has this been the whole issue? Is just Gotta frickin' include the right header. I don't know why it wasn't having an issue earlier. I mean, definitely something in here was having, static. Yeah, look. Use of undefined type U-body setup. This was the issue I was getting. So get body setup. The include is engine static mesh, and it should work. And this is the 5.3 documentation, so something's not right there. Oddly enough, I put that in there and the issue goes away. Or at least it doesn't crash. Well, it crashes, but, not because of this. Alright, okay, collision trace flag. It is actually not listed in here. Oh, am I getting some bad information? So U-body setup no longer has that. So e-collision trace flag. Is this not found in here at all? E-collision trace flag. Let's see what the... Oh. Alright, collision trace type. There we are. E-collision trace flag. Collision trace type. Geometry add params. Physics. Engine runtime. Physics interface types. Collision data. F-body collision. Collision trace face. Alright, static mesh. I need to search U. And here, let's bring this over here. Let's see, syntax. Let's just search for collision. Customize collision. Has navigation collision. If support physical material mass. True complex collision be stored in UVs. No. Complex collision mesh. Probably not. Per poly. Broadcast nav collision change. Build from static mesh collision. Build simple collision. Did this change? Build simple collision. Do we do that actually? Now that I think about it? Come on, there we go. Build mesh description. Build from static mesh description, so that's different. Create static mesh description. Set mesh description. Build from the description, and then false. So no, we are not doing that. So I can probably get rid of that since I I honestly wanted to get to the almost literally anything else. Why is this not? This is not shut down safely. Well, got a lot there to deal with. All right. Let's see. Create nav mesh. Create nav mesh collision. Get nav collision. Get number of sections with collision. Returns the number of sections with collision. Mark not as having collision. Recreate nav collision. Set nav collision. Override from. Alright. Contains. Alright. Checking for interface. Get physics. Try mesh data. Interface for retrieving triangle mesh data from implementing. Get try estimates. Poll. B strip true. Alright. These are all depreciated. Don't think I need any of those. So strip complex collision console. Alright. Complex collision. If true, complex collision will be stored in UV data. No, I don't want that either. Alright, C++, static, static mesh, collision. How to set up a collision for a static mesh component. Static mesh collision presets. Let's see. Get collision object type. So get collision. Yeah, that's not there anymore. Set collision. Set nav collision. Get number of sections. This is. Maybe it's under mesh description now. No. All right. Get body setup. Collision. Trace flag. I mean, it's literally right there. All right. registering asset as created. Setting collision value. Setting collision values. So we're going to do this right here just to see if this works at all. More than likely, we're going to get a body setup issue. Interesting that A my actor, E collision channel type. Static mesh, get collision. Ah. In your case, you are accessing use static mesh component, and well, yeah, there we got those informations. Need to set it exactly to that kind of component. Okay, so there's a chance that we may not be able to set the collision here, but we'll instead set it inside the blueprint. Because, you know, when we set it up as a sub-object, we could set the collisions there. Really don't want to do that. That would just cause a lot of issues. I'd like to have it kind of globally set, because that is a per mesh thing. Alright, so we're going to try this, see if it works, see if we get past here. Probably not. It's probably going to crash on me again. If assuming it compiles. Oh, this is starting to get on my nerves. It's starting to piss me off, actually, is what it's trying to do. Alright. I want... get body setup. That's a constant, huh? And it says we just need static engine in order to get that, but we do need the physics body setup in order to get the actual, you know, body setup. What we might have to do is actually do an asset kind of thing where we get the body set up, you know, have that here as an asset, and then we can do the trace flags and stuff later. Alright, so let's see this crash. One more time! This time with feeling, boys. Yeah, reload. We're loading! Ah! Dun 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 dun. I'm listening to this and I'm like, I'm picturing so many different scenes in the game. And I'm trying to come up with a good story that I can do like a full machinima of, because I would like to tell like a World of Warcraft story, you know, but you know, there's definitely definitely things you got to do in that. All right. Where did we get to? Now we're still having some collision issues. All right. Building the mesh description. So we are actually having an issue here. We're not even getting to the next part of setting up body for collisions. So is our description fucked up? Create static mesh description. All right. Create physics meshes, create from model. Oh, I'm on the U body. No, I don't want the U body. There. All right. So, create high-res mesh description. Create mesh description. There we are. Create mesh description. That's not what I'm seeing. You know what? I think they changed this. Set. Not a whole lot of sets. Create mesh description. Create mesh description. Mesh static description. Create static mesh description. Create an empty static mesh description to describe a static mesh at runtime. On the other hand, create mesh description for 0 with the description of mesh description. Build from static mesh descriptions. I might be able to just bypass that. Commit. F mesh description. Build mesh description. Procedural mesh. Then it goes through all that. You know, we make sure we have polygons. And then it tries to do that. Alright, so we'll see if this works. If not, I'm interested in creating a high-res one. did find this storyline. Alright, static mesh description. Considering the direction they went with Sylvanas, I don't think this is the voice of Sylvanas. I think this is someone singing about Sylvanas. Even though, you know, they themselves portrayed this as Sylvanas being the singer. Oh. Actually got a crash. Leaked 1 refs. WoW material instance. Alright, generate meshes. Line 580. Generate meshes. Okay, so we're in WoW asset, line... What? Okay, so 580. Generate parent materials. I don't know why it's always a line above it. So create material instance in WoW material instance. Line 37, so right here. So we're trying to make a new instance material factory. Yeah, and? Oh. Why did this work previously but not now? Alright, well, let me, yeah, this crashed before it even got to our code. So let's try it again. I want to see it actually get to where we're going, rather than failing at an earlier point. Which I consider to be a failure. Now, I want to see it actually, you know, get to our code. Because then I'll have a better idea of what's happening. If it's just bypassing that and crashing earlier, it's not great, but, you know. Alright, so we will Load from region. Although right-clicking and generating should work just fine. Don't know why it's not. Alright, can I just... I'd like to load that now. Alright. So... Generate blueprint. See, it's actually getting to our error spot. The good news is it actually gave us a crash this time. Exception violation. Perfect. Actually have something to go off of. Alright. The good news is it actually got farther than it did previously. So there's definitely something going on with how we were making the asset. There we are. Now we're back down here to 754. So it's having a problem with that. Yeah, access violation. Yeah, setting up body for collisions. Alright, so we're definitely having an issue there. Auto body info equals Unreal Engine get body. If not, if body info equals null pointer we'll do an error message, but we'll keep going with the code. Actually, we'll take that. Else. We'll just put all of collision in there. Error. Could not get body info for mesh. Setting up collisions. Collision. Alright, so instead of Unreal Mesh get body setup, we'll just replace that with body info there, there, and there. We're going to leave that one because otherwise it won't work. Alright, build, close. Was that a constant previously? Get body set. Yeah, it was still a constant back then. So well, it's a constant function, but it's not. Yeah, it's getting a pointer. All right. So, should, in theory, work. Just don't know why it wasn't. Just needed an if then else. Should be a log. And really, this should be a warning. Alright. Generate blueprint. What? Warning, static mesh has no source models. We're actually having a... What? Alright, well, the good news is we are actually hitting this, so we're having trouble getting the body. So I guess now would be the time to do Unreal Mesh create body setup. I believe that's just a void. Yeah, that's a void. All right. So we'll create the body setup. We'll get the body setup. Hopefully that will work and we'll be able to actually set the body. But we got to here. And then warning, static mesh has no source models. So no idea what's going on there. I'm hoping we can, with the body setup, we're actually able to, get into here. It'd be nice to see setting up collision and then, setting all the collision values. I think the worst part of this is having to close things down, recompile, and then wait for all this to run. So yeah, I thought I knew where we were going with this, but it turns out we're just fixing the conversion to 5.3. That's okay, it's forcing us to do better. collision pre... Yeah. This is from October. No, that's not what I want. Alright. Broadcast. Yeah. You can't change it on the asset. You have to change the flag on the static mesh component. Get body setup. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Generate blueprint. Okay. The good news, that seemed to work. Having this out as a whole, yeah, we do the crate body, suddenly this all works. So we could probably actually drop this whole change, we just needed that. But I think we're going to leave this here for the future, just in case. But we did actually get in here, setting collision values. So we're getting that. Setting complex as collision. So that's what this was. Calling final change notifiers. Mesh import complete. I think. If existing. If body info, else. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Mesh import complete. Mesh generation. Mesh generation complete. All right. All right. Okay, alright. So, now the question is, where is this getting the static mesh has no source models issue? That could be because we're doing a different type of mesh description. Oh, you know what? We're not even doing anything with the mesh description. So, what do we do with the Unreal Mesh? Generate description. Commit. Build from mesh description. Build from static mesh description. Build from static mesh descriptions. False. New allocator matches arguments F description. Create static mesh description. Disk from. All right. Set mesh description. So basically what we had before. I want Epic Game Launcher to launch to my last page. Okay, we're at what, 3.5 hours now, and yeah, I think we finally fixed the issue of it crashing while trying to generate the collision. And we just needed to add one thing. And I don't know why we were having issues earlier when I already tried adding that. But, you know, also separating it out into a separate reference seemed to have made a difference. So there is also that. Yeah, I feel like we're just literally right back to where we started on that. In fact, we can probably find out exactly. Alright, we had the collision names and stuff. Setting up bodies. Well, no, there is actually a whole bunch of... Well, no. I moved that down there. Alright, so... Yeah, the whole generating the mesh description is identical. It has not changed. But we added that auto body, and now we're crashing again. Why are we crashing again? Build the mesh from description. Alright. Yeah, I had a feeling something was going to happen there. Alright, so, static mesh. We are build from static mesh descriptions. Build from static mesh descriptions. Alright. Build static mesh LODs from the array of static mesh descriptions passed in. Requires the static mesh header, a T array of static meshes, oh, I can add sockets to this. That's nice. Yeah, we're definitely going to need that for some things. Yeah, build from mesh descriptions. One per LOD. So do I need to create a T array and then I can pass that in? Alright. Building from static mesh description. From with a 9. Alright. Setting mesh description. Creating static mesh description. Let's see which of these is the troublesome one. I would love for it to get to building and then crash, because that could just be an easy, I just make a T array and push description in. And maybe that's what it is. It needs something, that exact. And just, tossing it an array isn't the same. All right. Now, alternatively, what I could do is build from mesh description. I would have to toss in a static mesh LOD resources node, but it wouldn't be impossible. Let's see. Rendering resources needed to render individual static LODs. I don't know, could I just put in an empty one? Not really seeing anything here I needed for this. Most of this is a little beyond me and probably 500 other people. who have never seen this before. I mean, I'm looking at it and it seems it's not impossible to parse. I just really don't want to do it. Alright, generate blueprint. Give me your arrows. Alright, how far did we get? Okay, so we created it. So that worked. Set mesh description, however, did not work. Because we did not get to this line. So this is the troublesome one. So f mesh description, create static mesh description. So if I set this to u static mesh description, mesh description, from the procedural mesh. All right. Actually, since this is a component, collision, all right. Set collision response, set collision object type. Set collision convex. Set collision response. Use simple as complex. Ooh, there we are. I don't know, however, if that would transfer over. So we're just going to bypass that for now. So why are you having a problem? So okay, so build for mesh, we need to swap over to a F mesh description. Alright, so would that be impossible? Probably not, but we want a static mesh description. That's just more of what we want. Do we have the header for this? I'm going to assume we do. Yeah, static mesh description. That's exactly what we want. So use static mesh description. Get edge hardness. A lot of gets. Here's some sets. Okay. Wait. Use static mesh description. Create cube. I'm not seeing a set mesh description. Ah, mesh description base. Yeah, you mesh description base. There we are. So, for this, you must include mesh description base. So, let's see. We can create edge, create polys, create triangle. We want static mesh description. Get mesh description. Alright, down here. Poly set mesh description. Set polygon polygroup. No. Did that get removed? Let's go to 5.1. No, this is also not here. Okay, so where did this come from then? Oh, we're just setting mesh description. Okay. Set mesh description. Okay, from there we're setting that. Alright, I have no idea why this is not working. Alright, is it possible to convert to procedural mesh to a static mesh? Yes. Yes, it is. Procedural mesh to static mesh. C++. And I want in the past week. Everything I see is telling me that this line works, that this whole setup works, but that's not what we're experiencing. And it's making me wonder, you know, is this line messing up somehow? Or is this messed up somehow? Alright, if I disabled nanite, would this work? Actually... is nanite conditional... Alright, what are the other values for this? Preserved area, displacement maps, normal precision, tangent, precision.
Ready your breakfast and eat hearty. But tonight, we dine in hell!
Hello! Hey, Shin! Thank you for the raid! That was awesome! Did you have a good night? I just updated my project and for some reason it crashes every single time I try to run it. And this was just me discovering an issue as I was trying to show it off. I was like, and then you hit this button and then... Wait, what? What? No, no, no! And so I have spent now almost, 3 hours and 40 minutes trying to find the issue so I can try to fix it. I now know it has something to do with setting the mesh description, because I'm creating a procedural mesh and then trying to save it as a static mesh. But I'm wondering now if maybe the nanite settings were causing an issue. So we're going to try that. It's just... I don't know why the nanite, the mesh description would crash like that. Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I mean, when this works, it is awesome because this is a World of Warcraft importer for Unreal Engine. Here's the thing. I'm using the I think I'm using the exact same code with the landscape. Why is it working there but not here? Am I doing something different? ADT asset. Okay, that's baking the textures. I forget where everything is. It's been too long since I've done this programming. Alright, import... Oh, that's having an issue. Okay. Get mesh, get water mesh, get textures, generate mesh data. So this is getting all the stuff we need. And here's the water data. The water was an interesting thing to figure out. Baked textures. Where's the actual... Generate meshes. Do I not have something like that here? Load data. Generate landscape file. Texture files. Generate mesh data. So, where... Oh, wait. Okay, so... Generate height as mesh. That's where I want to go. So... height as landscape, height as mesh. Here we are. Alright, so first we generated it as a procedural mesh. Yes, that's fine. Then we go through the sections, get our counter, get our path. Then we have our terrain mesh. Save procedural mesh to static mesh. Okay. Okay, so here we have our procedural mesh. Get proc mesh section, that's fine. Okay, that's and here's the code. This is literally the same code. Well, mostly. Okay, we're building the mesh description from the procedural mesh. If it has polygons, which it does, and for some reason we're doing this here under the assets rather than the actors. Why? Why is this one working and the other one isn't? Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Look at this. Look at all this. That that is something we are not doing. Because I think over here, well, no, that still makes sense. That's the material. Generate meshes. Because we actually have multiple meshes to generate. So, let's see. Where's the earliest instance of Unreal Mesh? There it is. New object. Let's make sure that I'm going to move that over here. Bring this up over here. All right. So we have package, mesh name. Yeah, it's all fine. Init resources, init GUIs. Collision mesh. Alright. Customize collision. This goes false. I think we do stuff like that down here. Yeah. Well, as a basic setup, this is probably a good idea. Alright, first of all, let's re-enable that. I'm just going to copy all this into here for right now. We'll figure out the rest later. Let's make sure our nanite settings are all correct. That's good. Okay, so now we go through the static material list. We generate our materials with that list. That's correct. We generate the static mesh description, which we do. We set our description, which we are. And then we build from that description, yes. And then the rest is pretty much the same. Here I do, body setup stuff, and over here I need to do body setup stuff. Interesting that this is working and this one's not. Might have to look into that a little bit deeper. Did my building finish? Yes, it did. So we disabled nanite for the moment, manually, and permanently. But, I don't know, maybe it's, something else. We'll find out. Maybe some of this other stuff will be good, and we'll have to come down here and clean this all up, which I am perfectly okay with. Ow. I think it's time to stand up. I've been sitting too long. So if you guys want to see what exactly I've been doing, let me load this one thing. And you can see that the landscape imports just fine. I can still improve it. But for right now, it's good. There we are. So here is our favorite little, town near Stormwind. But we got the landscape, we got the materials. It all looks right. It does not render good, but it does work. The issue is, I'm trying to grab this. Let me, as a test. Let's see if this works. Let's make sure all the doodads are imported. Save. We'll go to the farm. Generate the blueprint. I mean, is it just the blacksmiths, or is it also the farm? The fact that it's not doing anything really tells me it's probably not just the farm. Or not just the blacksmiths. So they're going to crash out with no error anymore? Yep. And that's what we've been dealing with all night, is that little nice little bit. Alright, yeah. It's setting the mesh description. So we're getting here. So we're getting to there. And then it crashes out right there. And I have no idea why. So let's see. The mesh description from there versus mesh description from here. We are comparing polygons. We are building from a procedural mesh. Now here, the proc mesh is actually, sent along because it's done in a slightly different way. Let's see, get num sections, huh? So maybe we need to take a look at the assets generation. Alright, there's that. Water mesh data. I mean, that would work too, but... Yeah. Alright, generate mesh data. Okay, so yeah, this is just getting the mesh data. Okay, load from data, import textures, import mcals, generate landscape texture files, which we're not working on yet. Alright, get mesh data. Or generate mesh data. Get water data, get bake texture, get mcals, generate material data, get the data. So this is just making our raw data available. Okay, so generate water as procedural mesh. There we are. All right. So we're going to get all our... We're going to make sure everything is good. We're going to get our water mesh data, rebuild if necessary. So here's our actual mesh data. And over here, we already have our mesh data. At least we should. Yeah, here's our mesh data. So we're getting the mesh data. And, there's a lot that I do here for various, reasons. Getting materials and everything. We don't really need that, at least with the water. So our new goal is to figure out the procedural mesh and why that's different. Alright, procedural water mesh. What? Terrain water mesh. Oh, are we... View material interface. Landscape proxy. Terrain water mesh, use static mesh component. Procedural water mesh, use procedural mesh component. Alright. So procedural water mesh, that's basically already been set up. So what we have to do is actually create a new object for it. And maybe this whole setup has changed, and I just realized I really got to pee, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So, what we're doing is we are generating a new procedural mesh component. We set its mobility to stationary, which should be good enough. Clear mesh section, huh? Theoretically, we don't have that. All right, so we then go through here. We create a mesh section. Linear color, and here we're doing 0, but here we actually have sections. So if we actually come up to the landscape, I think will be a better reference for this, because it actually has multiple sections. Is this the... That's the height is landscape. Height is mesh. There we are. Let's see. Get num sections. Alright, so... Get asset terrain path. Save procedural mesh to static mesh. And that's a function I wrote. So maybe I need to do something like that for the WMOs. So let's go there. I mean, in theory, I might be able to take this into a whole different section. Like I could put this into a utility, and that would, at least in theory, make it usable by more than just the ADT actors. On the other hand, let's take a quick look and see if there's anything I specifically did because, you know, well, let's see, we're passing a procedural mesh. We've passed the destination name, which is, you know, the asset file name. And then if we want to enable nanite, I mean, so far, this looks right. This looks good. All right. We check to see if there's a procedural mesh. If not, we return null. We check the number of sections. We increase our task. We have a task counter? Oh yeah, we got a slow task. Okay. Alright, so we have F static materials and U material interfaces. So T arrays of both. For each section, we go through, we get the mesh section. Well, if it's visible, we go. Otherwise, we move on. Procedural section. Let's see. If it's not visible, we move on. Yeah, if the mesh section is visible. And then we check the actual section itself, if it's visible. And then we make sure that it has indexes and vertices, and if not, we continue. We check to see if we should cancel. Otherwise, we generate the material for the section. Material interface. Yeah. The logging would have to change. Oh. We would need something to specify the material type. So what are we doing over here? Because here I think we do something a little funky with the materials. Do I have that hidden? No, that's the collision. Now here's material. We just generate materials. And then generate the terrain materials. So that's stuff that we could actually do before we call this function. Get terrain material path. Alright. So we would want to have also a pass for the well, basically an asset path. Or we just pass the U material interface. I'm not seeing. Huh. So the materials would be a little bit funky, but it could, in theory, work. At the moment, I'm actually more willing to simply copy and paste this entire function over to here and then make the modifications I need. Actually making it, what's the word I'm looking for? Making it modular and, uniform to work for both is something I think I'll do at a later date. So, let's see. WMO asset. We need to access the header for that. Alright, so we got publics. Here we are at privates. And so use static mesh. Just copy, paste. There we are. We now have a new function over here that we need to create. Create definition. And for the moment, bloop, copy, paste, save, and let's move this back. So now we just need to come in here and fix all the terrible stuff, the terribleness. So first of all, let's fix all the logs. Current document, replace. Yep, all three, good. Okay, so we're going to compare that somewhat to this. Now here we're actually generating the standard, material panels anyway, so I don't think we need that in our little function. So generate terrain material. What exactly does that do? Okay, that's part of the actor. Is it's just generating the actual material that we need. For the moment, I think we can safely comment that out, but I think I am gonna just comment that out so we can use that for later. All right, so get terrain asset path. Nope. We need. Alright, material instance name. How are we doing that right now? Alright, new material name is just generate material. Oh, base file name. Material path equals get path name materials. Yeah, I think generate material might just straight up work. So mat equals F material data. Where am I getting my material data, boys? Well, there we're getting the terrain material, which I think is just in there. I need to clone this to another view. New window. There we go. I'm actually going to move this off screen. Alright, generate meshes. Alright. So we're going through the mesh data, got the group data, mesh name, base package name. You know, I'm actually generating the materials separately. No. Damn. Okay, material equals generate material, mesh data. Okay, so we actually need destination name. Let's see, let's... Alright. The hell just happened? That was weird. So, yeah, in here we're going to add material data that we can pass in. We'll enable nanite. We'll come back here. So we'll have the material data, which means down here we can tell it, hey, we got the material data. F-string base file name, which I think is going to be destination name. Maybe? Alright, base file name. Well, you know what? Actually, no. We'll have this running separately from that. Alright. So... Alright, so if that, if... feel like a nut. Okay, so what I'm going to want to do... Yeah, don't do that. Is basically right here. Use static mesh new mesh equals save procedural mesh. We need to pass our procedural mesh. We need to pass the destination name, which I believe is the name of the mesh, and then we need to have if boolean if nanite is enabled. So I'm gonna WoW version be enable nanite. No, be enable nanite. Yes. You saw that, right? Enable nanite. God damn, that does not want to work. Alright, so now we need the destination name. So this will be what we're basically saying the procedural mesh will be called. Mesh name. That's probably it. So there we got the package. Mesh name is going to be that plus that. Yeah, alright. Does it need the full path or just the name? I do not know before I scream. Alright. So, for the moment... Oh. Alright. So hopefully this will just kind of take over all of this functionality and probably a lot of this functionality too, now that I think about it. Oops. Toggle. No, not breakpoint. Annotation? No. Surround with... What's the command for bulk commenting? Advanced. Comment section. Control K, Control C. That seems stupid. That's stupid! You're stupid! Or maybe I'm being rhetorical. Alright. So here's the section we just commented out. Uh-oh. There we are. So if I close that, and that, and that, and... That's just so we know that this has finished processing. Okay, so now let's start making our way through here. Actually, no, we need to make our way down here. Alright, we're still doing this, huh? No. No, no, no. Oh, yeah, yes? Alright, I feel like most of that's being... Yeah, all of this is being done already, so we can actually... We can probably actually bypass this whole section. Because all this does a lot of the material work that we have already done a little bit higher up in the code. Because we actually apply this to the procedural mesh, because we want it to look right. Whereas this is just, you know, assigning it now. But, you know, it's getting all this... It's got a material slot name, material name, a material F name, no less. We might come back to this and kind of refactor things so it actually works. But for right now, I just want to move on. Okay. Yeah, and we'll just make this work, I guess. Alright. Yeah, I pretty much should be doing that too. I think I'm going to do one build, see if it works, and then call it a night myself. But yeah, catch you later. I'm like 99% certain this will not work. Actually, I know for certain it won't work, because if we come up here... Where'd it go? Yeah, we got new mesh. But then what do we do with it? We're not doing anything with it. See, Unreal Mesh is what we've been trying to work with. And here we actually have it set up as a new object, and then we come down here and then we save it. So I suppose what we should do is do an if-then-else to make sure that this actually, you know, let's just stop the build. Stop the build. Alright. In fact, I'm pretty certain that's what they do over here on Actor. After we... Why am I getting a ping over in here? That's just weird. Yeah, let's see. Get height. Generate water as mesh. Generate height as mesh. Yeah, there we are. New mesh, and then, you know, really you should be doing a test here. Why am I not doing a test here? Oh, probably because I'm just setting that. So even if it fails, it will work. Us, however, if new mesh equals null pointer we're going to log an error. and then return, or do we continue? Alright, we did not find an existing mesh. So, continue? Because that would then move on to the next group. Alright. Error. Unable to generate mesh from procedural mesh. Static mesh from procedural mesh. All right. And then we'll just continue moving on. Otherwise, we need to save this. So now we'll come down here. Where's that whole package shit? Here we are. Let's see. Are we... How are we generating our static mesh down here? Because if we're not doing that... Oh yeah, we're just straight up doing that. So it's doing all that for us. Nice. So yeah, we don't even need to get a return value. I mean, we'll just have this error, and then that's it. All right. Now we'll build and test. So I was completely wrong. That it could have worked, but we're still gonna. It was good to check. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Dun 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 dun. Oh, we got an error. Unidentified error. Procedural static mesh. I think that's a class, so... Actually... And let's make sure we actually include the procedural mesh stuff here. I'm pretty certain we already do. Yeah, procedural mesh conversion and component. That, yeah, we're good. All right, build again. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, build. Ooh. Yay! Okay. Now, hopefully this works. Probably not. But honestly, I would prefer a completely different error. That would be preferable at this point. Alright, Goldshire, Black Inn, Blacksmith Inn. Completely different error, completely different error, completely different error, please! Well, it crashed. Alright. So... let's see. Is that what this is? No. Alright, existing mesh not found or re-importing. My guess is something here, or worse, in here, just completely crashed. And what the hell did it just do? Why has it been doing that? But we're, you know. So, damn it. I'm wondering if this has to be something different. Probably, but base package name. Alright, I want to take a quick look. Generate height as mesh. Go. Mesh name. Get terrain asset path. Static mesh. Alright, so it looks like it's a full path rather than, you know, just the... So what we'd want here is base package name. Now, base package name actually needs to be modified because I noticed some issues I had with it. So mesh name equals text sm underscore base file name base file name equals get name to lower, but I want to remove WMO. So replace text underscore WMO to text nothing. So if you look at our log here, currently our mesh name is Goldshire Blacksmith WMO and then Blacksmith Interior 01. I want this to be SM for static mesh, Goldshire Blacksmith, Blacksmith Interior 01. No WMO, and it has static mesh in front of it. So that is what these little changes have done. So now, base file name should be what we need. It is... No, base package name. Yeah. Because that will have the full path, and that's what we need. Alright. So... one last try. I know, I keep saying that, but it's always just one last try. Ah, the fury of the Sunwell. I'm hoping it was just a naming convention issue. If not, then there is something much worse at play, and we're gonna have to figure out what that is. I might try to figure out a way of just homogenizing the whole, save to procedural mesh to static mesh. Or I might figure out how to do all this other stuff inside that function. So we just have to say, take this procedural mesh and convert it to, you know what? I just realized what's wrong. We just created a procedural mesh. We set its mobility. And then we tried to save it as a static mesh. Oh, we didn't even bother to try and put in the data. Well, I feel sheepish. Okay, we got the collision procedural mesh. Unreal mesh. Where is our mesh data? There's mesh data. So here we're actually going to need to alright, let me take a quick look. Pretty certain. Yeah, this is just processing the procedural mesh and then trying to convert it. We need to actually set up the procedural mesh to have all the data, which is this section, I think. Yeah, I think it's this section. Alright, so... So now... we run all that. Then we run this. Okay. So now let's build that. Yeah. Now it will actually hopefully do something. Just waiting things out. It's not too late. It's not too late. I don't know what I'm singing. I'm just making it up. I can't believe I completely cut out the whole let's build the procedural mesh section. I thought that was handled. Nope. Alright. Last try. But it would explain a lot. Yeah. Why did it crash? Well, it didn't have anything to do. Although, quite frankly, it should have just crashed. It shouldn't have crashed. It should have just quit. Alright. Generate the blueprint. Yeah. Alright. What was the error? Existing mesh not found. On the plus side, the mesh name is correct now. Yeah. Okay, guys. I tried, and I failed. So that's it for tonight. Thank you all for joining me. I will see you next time, which will be tomorrow. We might do more of this. It depends on how much everything else I can get done. I do want to try and figure out what's going on with this so we can actually get to what I want to do, which is that interface system to make importing so much easier. I also want to work on getting the skeletons to actually generate when you import like a player model. And that was the big question. Do I go a little bit at a time, starting with like a single boned thing and get it to always face the camera no matter where the model is, or the camera rather, which is actually fairly simple to do once you actually get it into Unreal Engine Bones. But that would be a nice, quick, simple, easy thing to do. Or do I go whole hog and try to import characters, like playable versions of characters, and get that whole system set up and running? That would be a lot more extreme, but I think that would have more edge cases to fix, and thus would be a wider, better solution. That said, there are a number of models with a single bone in them, and all that bone does is turn a glow effect to face the camera. And that would get me, I still have to generate the skeleton for that. I still have to, get the bone in, get it, equipped and rigged and all that. And I'm even thinking, should we try separating it? Should on single bone meshes, instead of importing as a skeletal mesh, should we take the rigged part out? And actually, should we just take the rig and then import the weighted part as a separate mesh? So it actually saves the main part of the mesh as a static mesh, and then the other part as a static mesh. But we have the bone, and then we attach sockets to both, and then we can just attach both of them to that. That would actually be probably closer, but also better in so many ways. But that's a whole nother can of worms, and we won't need that for things like the characters who need to actually deform. So I don't know which of those I want to jump into first. Probably the easiest thing to do is actually just import them as skeletal meshes and just have the rigged bone part face the camera. So yeah, got to figure that part out. Alright, that's it for tonight. I will see you all next time. Join me as we raid a fellow developer. We're going to do Unassigned Seat, who looks like he's doing AI to play a video game. I'm not certain. I'm also not certain if he's actually moved in like 10 minutes. So, yeah. We're going to go raid him. So. Alright. So, I hope you all had fun tonight. I will be back tomorrow at 8 p.m. Pacific time. Don't know what that is for you, but hopefully you can do the conversions. And yeah, we're either going to work on this or we might play something. I don't know. That's it for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.